Hello everyone, welcome to the stream. Nice to see all people here. I hope you had a fantastic day and I hope that YouTube notified you people. I guess there's always a problem because sometimes YouTube is unreliable, I think is the correct term. But yeah, I hope people have seen the notification and know what is going on. It actually did. Awesome. Now, some people always get notified, but the problem is not all people get notified. Last time it was like 50-50, so it's a coin flip. Maybe this time it's worse. I'm not sure. Currently not many people here on stream, so I feel like YouTube maybe failed me, or people don't have time, also a possibility. But yeah, here we are, and I welcome you to another, let's call it the Law Q&A, where we discuss the book stuff and you can ask questions in chat and kind of set the topic, which we will discuss for some time before we move to a different one. Nice to see here. Oakenbird, Silmarillion, Windernest, George is also here, and Woody Black, welcome, nice to see you as well. Also Dazazu in the Twitch chat and other places. So I'm also streaming to Twitch, to all the Twitch channels actually. And I think Too Nice is also there. Welcome everyone, nice to see you people. And as always, we discuss some book stuff here, which hopefully will be interesting. Who knows? Never know where stuff brings us. Let me just check something really quick. Currently just reading something. Quite a few interesting things I'm currently reading about for a video. So that's always something, I guess. We have also already an interesting question chat, which we might discuss in a moment, though I'm not sure if I can tell you much about it, to be honest. Rico Thingol, welcome, nice to see you. Greetings from Germany to Puerto Rico. Nice to have people here from all around the world. It's always fascinating for me. But also shows that at least some stuff like Tolkien brings people together. That's, I think, a good thing. My voice is a bit cracked today, so I'm a bit sorry for that. Oh, it's the Patch Rob with a new name. Nice. Okay, I know exactly. That's a name I'm familiar with. Long time supporter here also and participant of the streams and in the comment section. Also interesting question. Rico the White. Now look. Yeah, canon is always an interesting topic. I made a video about canon at some time. But yeah, we can discuss this as well. So George asked some minutes ago, actually 9 minutes ago, I hope he's still there. I wonder what Rune, Urukani and Hildorien were like. That's an interesting question. Mark is also here. Guten Abend. Nice to see you. Good evening. So slowly the people are joining here. Just curious. Okay, it's just, I mean, it's, as you already indicate, like kind of an opinion piece, I guess. So first of all, we talk about these places. So first, I guess it makes always the most sense to show them on a map. so people know what we are talking about. Question is, which age map do we take for this? First of all, I need to maybe move this here around a bit. Sorry if has been asked before, but have you ever covered the late Soviet Fellowship of the Ring movie? The Fellowship of the Ring movie. I did not. No, I think I've seen it somewhere in a watch party from another streamer at some point. So I think I know it. Actually, I'm pretty sure I've seen it, but I've not covered it myself. No. Yeah, there's some wild. I think there's a Finnish one, a Soviet, or I think from Russia or whatever, where it was produced. It's not something to be enjoyed. So, yes, I know what you mean. It's a bit wild at times, but whatever. Yeah, the question of George was Orokarni, which. If he has rune, the Orokarni might be here. It's hard to tell how big, like if the ocean starts after the Orokarni, there are different maps where it's different. So it could also be here somewhere. Hard to tell. Hildorium would be here. That's where men awoke first. And then some parts of them wandered here to the west in the first age. And the other location was it Rune itself? Yeah, it was Rune. Here's the Sea of Rune. Rune means east, basically, so everything east. It's hard to tell where this map is not very accurate, to be honest. It's more a sketch. If we go to the second age map, that's maybe easier. I have to move a bit. So here's the Sea of Rune. And then here are the Orokarni, the Red Mountains. And it seems like... No, to be honest, it might not be actually here. It's very hard. Like, this map also might not be very accurate, to be honest. Let me just get the atlas really quick, chat. Was like Garden Eden. Yeah, maybe. Hard to tell though, if that compares. I mean, you could make an argument for an interpretation like that. First of all, I need to find... Yeah, okay. The problem is, there's a certain problem with map distance and so on. I'm not sure if Kirdan is in chat. That would be helpful. You know stuff better than me when it comes to this. But previously, in the early days of Tolkien maps, it was considered that basically, like if we go here to the first age, you see there's this gigantic sea here. That's the inland sea, or the Sea of Helkar. And here the elves awoke, here men later will awake. Here's Kuivienen and so on. Here on this map, I kind of corrected it, because we know from later, like Karen Wynne Fonstead, who made the Atlas of Middle-earth, did not have access to all the information. And she considered that basically the Sea of Rune was part of the Sea of Helkar once. But from later writings, we know that the Sea of Rune existed at the time the Sea of Helkar existed. So both must have kind of in existence. That brings us to we know that I think the Orokarni are kind of the border here. If that makes sense. Of the Sea of Helkar. I think that is kind of correct. So the Orokarni would be here. And then this giant sea then in the later ages vanished. Simply. It's the second age map. This is now the third age map. And yeah, here's Mordor. It is considered that maybe this lake needs to be a bit more here or something. I'm not sure. Hard to tell, but this would be what is later known as the Sea of Rhun. Not of Rhun, the Sea of in Mordor. Where's the second age map? There it is. What is it called, chat? I literally have to switch the map to see the name. Yeah, this one. Nurn. The Sea of Nurnen. That is the name. So it can be considered that somewhere down here was the Sea of Helka, maybe covering parts of Mordor. Maybe this here is the leftover of Helka. Hard to tell. It doesn't matter too much. It's just about where things are on the map. Yeah, we don't know exactly how far east beyond the Orokarni there's still land. Hard to tell. So as a result, stuff always gets a bit complicated. There's some map stuff of Tolkien himself, and from that you can come to some conclusions. But your distances are obviously very difficult to just say. So this whole east place here is a bit difficult to tell. I think here when it comes to Hildorien, which, if I'm not completely mistaken, should be here. No, actually Hildorien is here. I always think this is Hildorien, but Hildorien is here, according to the Atlas of Middle-earth. Welcome, Dibernical fan, nice to see you as well. Also Taco Senpai, nice to see you. So yeah, somewhere here, down here, is Hildorien. Somewhere, yeah, it should be. There's this thing here. Then there's this here. Yeah, it should be here. Somewhere here is Hildorien. That's where men awoke. This land, in theory, should be good enough that men can live. I would be surprised if men awoke in a desert. So I don't imagine it. Like, what was it like? Potentially a land where early men could live well, because that's what it is. I would not imagine like a desert area. We know from the Rhun area later in the from the Hobbit, there is a region called Dorwinion. Maybe I can bring it on the map here, chat. One moment. Third age here. Dorwinion. Usually people suspect it's kind of here, and in the Hobbit, the name appears, and basically we can read. It must be potent wine, the wine of Thranduil, of the king of the Woodland realm. It must be potent wine to make a wood elf drowsy. But this wine, it would seem, was the heady vintage of the great gardens of Dorwinion, not meant for his soldiers or his servants, but for the king's feasts only, and for smaller bowls, not for butlers' great flagons. Then there's a later mention in the book of The Hobbit, the wine of Dorwinion brings deep and pleasant dreams. So this region here, at least in the Third Age, must be able to sustain growing of grapes for wine. Would be strange if that is not the case. So as a result, I could imagine, especially considering that we have a huge lake here and some forest and so on, I think you can consider that the region of Rhun was not a giant desert, as we have seen in the TV show, for example. It's a bit surprising, though I kind of like the idea. It's not impossible that there are deserts somewhere. It's a big space, to be honest. And in The Hobbit, we also have interesting mention. Tell me what you want done and I try it. If I have to walk from here to the east of East and fight the wild wereworms in the last desert, This part Tolkien rewrote a few times, and that makes it, Hobbit is always kind of a weird special case in this description. How does Bilbo know about these places and so on? It's never appears anywhere else. But it seems like there is a last desert. It is possible that maybe Bilbo does not mean Middle-earth, but the continent further, but you would not be able to walk there. Could be this place here, where the gate of morning are here. The sun comes here, and the land is burned because the sun always rises here. It's kind of, I think, their law. So we could imagine it might be dry there, or a desert-like area. Amazing Bad Boy and Great Grebo, nice to see you people as well. Yeah, I think on the commented map, it's Tolkien actually placed it here. I'm not sure who made the commentary. If it was a commentary by Tolkien himself, would have to look it up. Let me look into it. It's not that important though, but it must be somewhere there. Yeah, it was a comment actually by Tolkien. It's in green. Okay, the green comments are the Tolkien's comments. So Tolkien places it there. I'm not sure why. I just remember that there was always some debate about the location of Dorwinion. But it's too long that I read into this, so I can't remember anymore. But I think there was something, there was a bit debate here. But it doesn't matter anyway. Wine must grow there. The question is, how does places look there in Middle Earth? If we compare this to our world, there could be some desert, but if we come to, like, if we see the more dry climate in Africa, it would be here. So here is the area where we would suspect deserts, and then here closer to the equator, we get them more a tropical climate and so on, and then it changes again going further south gradually. So a bit hard to tell, to be honest. It's like I said, if you, I'm not an expert on geography and so on. So there is, and interestingly, in the early writings, Tolkien even mentions like this wereworm thing. So the same thing I just read to you. If I have to walk from here, cancelled Hindu Kush, the great desert of Gobi, and find the wild wire worms of the Chinese, I had a great uncle, and so on. So this was the very early manuscript that Tolkien wrote of The Hobbit, and he used a lot of real world names here for these places. And then he changed this because he wanted to remove it quite a bit from our world, basically. So it was interesting that the great desert of Gobi was mentioned there, which in our world, would be also kind of here. So I'm not sure if we would compare it, but somewhere in Asia, Mongolia, I think North Mongolia, somewhere there. Inspired by Mongolian death worms, maybe. I'm not sure. I don't know the Mongolian mythology too well, but maybe. Hard to tell how much Tolkien knew about that. So how it's always difficult to answer the question how were these places? Like Hildorian, as said, I don't expect to be too dry because people need to be able to live there for once. And the other place, like Rune, I don't think it was too dry, to be honest. Actually, I would be surprised. At least it would not be completely dry. There must be some very climate-wise, some very nice areas there for stuff to grow there. Then what was the other place? Hildorien, Rune, and what was the other part of George's question? Orikarni, the Red Mountains. The question is, red mountains, like if they would be red, you would definitely suspect some drier climate. If you think of some places in the world where there are like red canyons or something in this direction, usually with like red mountains, I would suspect, or I would assume, a drier climate. What speaks against this? First of all, it's hard to tell if these mountains are really red. Most likely not. It's maybe just some name. Really hard to tell. First of all, also we know that close to the Red Mountains, I assume the elves awoke. So at some point in history, like if we go here to the other map, at some point in history, it must have been climate-wise good enough that the elves can live there. We know there was water. That was the first thing the elves heard. We know there were forests because the elves got lost in the forest and got abducted by Morgoth, or Melkor as he was called back in the day. So it has to sustain the life of the elves there in some way, and it doesn't sound too desert-ish. I'm sure parts of Urun include rainforest. Yeah, I could imagine something like this as well, though. Like I said, it's definitely difficult to compare this, because in the end we have to compare it a bit to our world because there are parallels, of course. But yeah, I don't know. So there's always a lot of speculation going around this place. Tolkien did not write too much about it. There is an interesting interview from the 60s, I think, where Tolkien definitely compares those places in the south and in the east to, for example, Africa and also to East Asia and so on. So I guess Tolkien had something like this definitely in mind at some point. Yeah, that could definitely be Otaku Senpai that they are that far. And yeah, then there's also, it's difficult to tell how far stuff extends. Then there was another question by Tar Elenion Maranwe. How do you define canon in relation to Tolkien? That's always a difficult topic, Chet. A very difficult one, simply because a lot of the stuff we know about Tolkien's world and his writings and so on are stuff he worked towards a potential publication, but it never came to the publication during Tolkien's lifetime. So for me, what is canon when it comes to Tolkien is what Tolkien published in his lifetime. That's for me usually the most canon thing. And Tolkien, especially when it comes to The Hobbit, changed parts of The Hobbits later to make it more compatible with Lord of the Rings and some of the ideas indicated there, especially the One Ring. Like in the original version of The Hobbit, it's just a ring that makes you invisible. The idea of the One Ring did not exist yet. The Hobbit was released some decades before the Lord of the Rings released. So there is definitely a big time gap there. And for The Hobbit, he also borrowed some names from his work on his mythology, which then later became the Silmarillion. And in this regard, because Tolkien published nothing of the other stuff and only published The Hobbit, The Lord of the Rings plus appendices, and for the book called The Road Goes Ever On, and then the poem collection The Adventures of Tom Bombadil. That's basically all that Tolkien published during his lifetime when it comes to his world. I might have forgotten something here and there, but that's it. Then there's a lot of behind the scenes stuff in form of the letters and so on that give us some more background context and ideas explained. But still, in the end, I feel like the canon is a tool in a way. Like, the idea of canon is, in my opinion, like if you have different texts and you want to define a canon, the canon serves the purpose of saying this is the official stuff, or this is the stuff that's in connection to ideas, teachings, whatever, to the public view of a specific matter works best together, and this is basically some kind of foundation of everything. And since Tolkien can't change The Lord of the Rings anymore because he died in 1973, The Lord of the Rings is for me the most canon source because it is, I guess, with The Hobbit, the most famous book Tolkien wrote, and for a lot of people, the entry point of it. And in my opinion, pretty much everything has to be built upon this fundament for it to work. If it doesn't work with Lord of the Rings, it doesn't matter too much, in my opinion. It can be interesting, but yeah, my canon always builds on Lord of the Rings, basically. The problem is the Lord of the Rings itself might have some mistakes, some oversights, some contradictions in of itself, and so on. And that's where things get very complicated, I think. But I think for a lot of things, especially in relation to the lore, because Tolkien wrote The Lord of the Rings with the Silmarillion in mind that he was working on, a lot of the stuff we know then later from the Silmarillion, there's a published Silmarillion as well, but that was made by Christopher Tolkien, the son of John Ronald Reuel Tolkien, and he basically composed a book with incomplete information potentially, because he had not access to all the writings, and he had to compose a book that was compatible for the most part with Lord of the Rings. And what came out of it was that Silmarillion that we have. And a lot of people say, but Tolkien had so many different ideas later and want to change things, and the structure of Tolkien for the Silmarillion is also different, and if Tolkien would have made this book, it would also be a completely different book, which is 100% true. But I think it is very hard to make us, like, we can't ask Tolkien about this, and Tolkien can't make this anymore. As a result, we'll come to this in a moment, to a question, follow-up question. For this to work, like, we can't speak for Tolkien. We don't know what he would done because it did not happen. Like, we only know what Tolkien wrote and worked on in the background, and that is very important. When it comes to the question, so trying to make it non-contradictionary is important. I would say it depends a bit on the context, but for the most part, yes. Because otherwise, you don't need canon. Like, the idea of canon is that there is like an official version how things have worked. That is basically the idea. If the idea of the work is that there can't be information that contradict each other, it depends a little bit on the evaluation if the person who says something in Lord of the Rings is a reliable source or not. Gandalf is one of the wise. Tolkien points that out and says he's mostly a reliable source. But for example, Treebeard, Tolkien says, is not a reliable source because he's not one of the wise. He can be a reliable source, and here we have then the debate. But this is a debate outside of canon, in my opinion, because that's all we got anyway from The Lord of the Rings. Like, canon says basically only, this is the official version. It could be wrong, but that's a different question. In canon, that's it. At least that's my understanding of the term. Interesting. We know that Asian rulers traced their bloodlines to dragons. Hofstadter, like with a famous Tolkien scholar, made Nature of Middle-earth, for example, or the Vineyard Tengwa. Everything Tolkien wrote is canon. Everything Tolkien did not write is not canon. However, you choose to reconcile all that Tolkien wrote to your own understanding, if you feel the need, is your canon. I would agree to this on a personal level, but like I said, canon, like for me there's a difference between, let's call it head canon and canon. Canon is the official stuff. This is also like in mythology, for example. In Norse mythology there is no canon because there was no, the writings, the stuff that we know about Norse mythology was written down much later, and and they were just collected stories from maybe different regions or ideas or people and so on, and of course they contradict each other. There can't be a canon because they were not composed. They were just collected. They were maybe composed at some point, somebody made it up or whatever, or there's some cultural tradition that led to this narrative and then it was written down. But it's a difference. Nobody claimed to be canon. I don't know. Canon is something if you have one official institute like a church, the Catholic Church, a Roman Catholic Church or something like that, and they have a canon of the Bible and says these books are our official books. There might be contradictions inside these books, whatever, and they try to explain why these contradictions might exist. But that's part of this official organization. They have to explain this. That's what canon is for. Headcanon is, like, and in this case, though, Tolkien is the author of this. Tolkien made this up. It's Tolkien's fiction. Much of Beowulf was filtered through Christian perceptions. Yeah, for sure. Also, welcome, Thomas. Nice to see you. But I think when it comes to the stuff, when it comes to the perception of Tolkien, I have to consider that most people have not read everything. Because otherwise, I also would not need to sit here and answer questions about stuff. I mean, you people asking very advanced questions like this have potentially read everything or almost everything. But there are some people who don't. And that's not a problem at all. But if you start with Tolkien, you start with Hobbit or Lord of the Rings, whatever book you start first, and then you maybe read the Silmarillion. And if you start reading the Silmarillion, you're already deep into the fandom. Like, not many people can claim have read the Silmarillion. Maybe here, the viewers of this channel, it's different, but just considering how many people know and love the franchise, as we would call it today, Lord of the Rings, but I don't know that much about the Silmarillion. And it's totally fine that people like this exist and whatever. But in the official perception, in my opinion, it's definitely like, what canon is for in fiction is that if I meet a fan who has not read every book and every comment on 5 books and interpretation of 5 Tolkien scholars, then I need a common ground to communicate with him over the fandom. Without pointing up my finger and say, no, that is wrong, because there's a contradiction in Lord of the Rings, and Tolkien explains this in, I don't know, in a text published in, I don't know, History of Middle-earth, book 7, whatever. That's not really helpful, in my opinion. I feel often that sometimes the hardcore Tolkien fandom is a bit too much in this state of elitism, because they have read everything and they are so deep into everything that other opinions that have not read everything are not valuable. And this also kind of, in my opinion, leads to, I wouldn't say arrogance, but something like that. And further, it leads to confusion, because it is very difficult to read everything, because Tolkien wrote so much. And it's very difficult to put this into context, especially in a chronological context, understand when stuff was written and what of the stuff matters, what does maybe not matter, what stuff was replaced. It's not easy. It needs a lot of time and work to work through all of this. Otherwise, it would not be possible to study this. Why would you need a Tolkien scholar if it would be actually easy to understand for everybody? Have you seen every Star Trek episode? No. Maybe? No, I've not seen every Star Trek episode, so a lot of them. A canon is an authoritative list of works generally agreed upon by some group of people whose authority to do so is broadly accepted. Yeah, that's a good definition, I think. The problem is now here in this case is that there are definitely a lot of people who have seen, for example, the Lord of the Rings films, or have maybe even read the book, but have no clue who Carrie Olsen is. Maybe have distantly heard of Tom Shippey once. Who knows? But it's not like these Tolkien scholars everybody knows. As a result, you can easily define a group of people where they have no authority, because they don't even know who these people are or why they should trust them, in their opinion. What they can do, though, is go to a bookstore and buy The Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and The Silmarillion easily. The other books can also be bought, but it's complicated. I think if you know Lord of the Rings, it is very easy that you have heard about the Silmarillion. That's kind of the next big step. Maybe about Unfinished Tales or something, but that's already advanced stuff in my opinion. So from this perspective, the biggest authority has a book publisher and the family or whoever who holds the book rights when it comes to the book universe, because they publish the books and they can decide which books they publish and which books they don't publish, because they have the rights. And depending on how easy it is to find these books and to get some kind of order and meaningful story out of it that might be interesting for people, because History of Middle-earth books are not story books. These are books for people who want to learn more about how everything was created. So from this perspective, yeah, there is an institute, and that group that has the authority over this is a book publisher, in my opinion. He defines what it is. He can market these books. There's power to marketing to say, hey, here are these books, they might be interesting. When it comes to what do people want from these books, maybe they want to read a fantasy story. If they want to do this, they only have 2 options. The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit. That are fantasy stories that they can read. The Silmarillion is already less a fantasy story. It's a collection of stories, at most. And these stories are kind of connected to each other, and especially connected to The Lord of the Rings, but it's more like a background story, the book. So this is like extra, if that makes sense. And I think this is, from this definition and from my perspective, a very important detail to define what canon means in Tolkien's context. In a way, I did start reading Silmarillion, IDK myself. That's interesting. I started many times. Oh boy, I can imagine that. That must be tough. It's a fanfic at best. Yeah, in a way it is, kind of. No, I glossed over a lot of stuff going on in chat because it's difficult to explain. Like, in my opinion, it's really difficult to explain. But the problem is always with this debate that people might understand things differently. And if, in theory, you can define different groups that accept one authority, let's say my community, I would say these books or these texts of Tolkien are canon, and we would all agree on this, then this is of course also a canon. But it's a very small group, I think, because I don't have much authority or much reach when it comes to this. I would say because, like, mythology, as said, also has no canon, because it's very difficult to build something that is mostly free of contradictions and like an official version and so on. It's similar with Tolkien, because he planned on making big changes to his world, it seems. Some he gave up, some not. But it's difficult for us now posthumously to decide which was best. You could make an argument, like it's the same for the Silmarillion and how it was composed. You can make an argument, what was Tolkien's last stuff he worked on? Were these his, or you could think what were the best ideas or what worked best with Lord of the Rings. And Christopher Tolkien answered his question with saying, yeah, Lord of the Rings must be the foundation, so the Silmarillion has to be compatible with it. And that's what he did. I think another book was difficult to make compatible. But when it comes to all the other texts, for me, my personal opinion is my headcanon, basically. If I have additional information on a specific topic, then I can easily make it canon if it's not contradicting Lord of the Rings. That's usually my approach. There are some special cases where this doesn't work, like the orc origin does not really work. It's a too complicated topic. So for me, my headcanon for the orc origin is it's a mystery. We don't know. We have different versions of it, but there's no official version what it is. The Lord of the Rings official version would be the elf version. The problem with that is, though, Tolkien didn't like it, and Treebeard is the only source for it, and Treebeard is not one of the wise, as Tolkien says in one of his letters, so he's not a reliable source. But outside of that, I would agree. Like if you just look at all the writings outside of Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, I would say, yeah, there's no canon because there's no authority that is big enough that could claim which texts of those are now canon and which are not. But yeah, like I said, Chris, don't forget that there are likely many people who get a lot of additional knowledge from YouTubers such as yourself. That is, of course, true. And that's why YouTubers, or at least, I think YouTubers should be careful with this. I try usually to explain something like there's a text Tolkien wrote where this is claimed. I know not always did this because there was a time where I just basically said the expanded stuff is what is in the Silmarillion. I still think that's a good approach because canon is a common ground. And the common ground is Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and maybe the Silmarillion. Everything else is just for absolute hardcore fans of this who want to learn more about the creation process of the world. Thompson, any comment on the upcoming anime series? I like the trailer so far. I think for maybe a film that comes to cinema, just judging from the trailer, the animation quality is sometimes a bit mixed, like sometimes good, sometimes not so good. But whatever, I don't mind as long as the story is interesting. So from this perspective, I'm very curious what they will do with the War of the Rohirrim anime film. It comes in, I think, December 13th or something like that. We definitely will look into this and then cover it. I try to watch it as early as I can because I won't be in a, what do you call it, press screening or whatever you call it before the film comes out. I will watch it when the film comes out and then post a video or something. That's the plan. Maybe we'll make a stream. I think we definitely will make a stream discussing the film. Maybe I give people some time to watch the film, so maybe a week later or something. Just for the initial reaction, I maybe make first impressions. Maybe I make 2 videos or so. I'm not sure yet. That's an interesting question, Joe, by the way. Fnienor, I always read it like she understood what just happened, and this basically brought her to despair. So yeah, the second option is also how I would read it. In what cinema will you watch it? In a cinema somewhere in my surroundings, a normal cinema. Potentially either a local one or a franchise one, I'm not sure yet. It depends a bit if I go to see it with friends or not. Michael Storm, also a good question. How was it that the Witch King was able to break Gandalf's staff? In the book, this doesn't happen. Which I find this is one of the things I find, like, I can understand a lot of changes that Peter Jackson made towards what is in the books, and there are quite a few, of course, and most of them I really understand why he did it. This is only in the extended edition, I think, but this is one of the changes I don't understand. One of the few things where I think, why does Gandalf's staff have to explode there? I can't give you a good answer what the thought is. It felt like I think it's just for a dramatic purpose, because it seems like the Witch King has to be, when it comes to power, it has to be kind of show that, like, on paper, Gandalf the White should be much more powerful than the Witch King. But if that is the case, then this confrontation isn't interesting from a film perspective. So Peter Jackson needed to create this moment that I think is his intention, that now everything is lost. Even Gandalf can't stop the Witch King. And now Minas Tirith is doomed. And then the Riders of Rohan come. And he has to take care of those for the time being. And this is what changes the dynamic in the war. So I think from a dramatic standpoint, the scene maybe makes sense, but lore-wise, like if you just compare it to how the book background information we have work, it makes no sense that he would be able to do this. Yeah, that is true, Mark, but I don't know. Alfred in the shenanigans in The Hobbit. I mean, Alfred is just a weird character, a silly character in The Hobbit films. I'm not sure why he's in there. I think the main reason might be that you need some antagonistic characters in the show. In the films, and the orcs are not enough for that. You need some inner conflict among men as well, and that's Alfred's role. And they kind of did not really nail him enough as an antagonist, and they tried to maybe go this more, I don't know, light-hearted approach. Like they want to create a character that's very easily hateable. I guess in this they succeeded. Yeah, the dragon, I think, doesn't the dragon die in the first film already? No, it's in the second film, right? He dies at the beginning of the second film, right? I forgot how it works, actually. Or at the end of the second film. I can't remember, chat. We'll watch the Hobbit films soon anyway, so then stuff becomes more In the extended edition, Alfred gets killed in a, let's say, stupid way, but the beginning of the second, yeah. So Smaug is gone for a long time, and Smaug is not present for long. Like, Smaug's role is actually quite small in the films, if you think about it. And Azog's role, like, Azog is most of the time not there, so he doesn't work as an antagonist among like, there's this huge section among men, of Lake Town, and there you need also some conflict. So you need an antagonist simply there. It makes sense that Alfred is in the film, and the mayor of the thing, but he could have been a more interesting or less strange character. But I think the Hobbit films definitely wanted to go. I mean, The Hobbit is kind of a children's book and so on, so they tried to maybe make a weird antagonist that's very unlikable and also a bit clumsy, a bit. Yeah, I don't know. And then this weird character came out at the end. Also, welcome, Michael. Nice to see you. What do you think? That's a good question, but I can't answer it. What do you think Gandalf and Tom had to talk about after the One Ring was destroyed? Gandalf says at the end, on the Return of the King, it's going to find him and have a long talk. Good question. I would also love to know, but no. Oh, it's the beginning of the third film. Like, I think it's the beginning of the third film where he dies. Yeah. Thank you for the correction. Yeah, Rose Jerry, you don't understand. The armies don't care. Like, an army is not an antagonist. You need a character. You need a character that is in Lake Town and opposes what the dwarves and Bilbo and Bard is doing. You need somebody to do exactly this. That is why you need Alfred there. Azog and his orcs can't do this. Wargs can't do this. Smaug can't do this. You need a human character in Lake Town for the second film to work. Otherwise, the second film can't work how films are made these days in this scope. It simply can't work. The mayor is also an antagonist. But they decided to basically split the mayor, like, into parts, if that makes sense. Like, the mayor, why would the mayor go out there and do the dirty work? Like, but now we're jumping between topics. Like, yeah, I don't like Alfred either, but it makes sense that he's there. But back to the question, what did they talk? I'm not sure what they talk about. It must have to do with the nature of Middle Earth, what has happened, what might happen in the future, what this maybe, what this might mean for the Shire, for not for the Shire, but for the nature basically in this region later on, if elves are not there anymore. Elves are leaving, if the mythology basically leaves the world slowly. Maybe that was a topic they have to talk about. Pretty hard to tell. Second question was also interesting. What's your favorite Valar and why? Now, this is a tough one. I kind of like Nienna because I feel like she's a very underrated Valar. I always bring her in connection to wisdom. And that is a very important concept in Tolkien's world. So Nienna, maybe it is. But you could say Nienna is maybe a bit boring because she's not doing much. So in a sense, like I like wisdom. I think that's an important concept for Tolkien. She represents an aspect of wisdom with pity and mercy and mourning and so on. So there's a lot of core what Tolkien put into his work, I think, is depicted by this Valar, Nienna. But when it comes to which of the Valar is most interesting, I don't know. Mandos, I think, is very interesting. But maybe Aules could be... You could make an argument for Aule because there are a lot of conflict happens. And especially in context. Ulmo is also one I really like. But like I said, it's very difficult to pick one. Who were the 5 armies in the third movie? That's a trick question. But I actually made a video about this exact question some time ago. And so I posted just here in chat. You can also post it in the other chats if people are interested. But exactly this question, it's a bit tough to answer. Like, actually it's not that tough to answer, but in a strange way it is tough to answer. Because Tolkien had at the beginning, when he wrote Lord of the Rings, different armies in mind. But the question is actually answered inside of The Hobbit. Let me just see if I find my script for the video really quick. There it is. It's easier because I don't have to switch between 10 books. In The Hobbit, so began a battle that none had expected, and it was called Battle of 5 Armies. It was very terrible. Upon one side were goblins and the wild wolves, and upon the others were elves, men, and dwarves. So elves, men, and dwarves are 3. Goblins, wild wolves, the others. In early versions, though, Tolkien wrote that the wood elves was one army, the dwarves were the second army, the eagles were the third armies, the third army, the fourth was men, and then we had the bears, but also goblins and wolves. So Tolkien had originally 7 armies in his mind that he identified. And what's interesting, in early versions of this story, Tolkien had not only Beorn there. I soon saw Beorn could not have made them all. There were far too many of them, and they were various size too. I should say there were little bears, large bears, ordinary bears, gigantic bears, big bears, all dancing outside from the duck. So there were more bears than him. And there was, like, I think, a version where an army of bears intervened here in a way. Very interesting. That was outside of his place, but I think there was like an early idea of Tolkien where there were many bears participating in the fight. Yeah, Beorn Medwed is there with a troop of bears. After the battle, the way is clear over the mountains. There's the mention. You find this in the history of The Hobbit. Very interesting stuff. But yeah, you find more about this in the video. I just linked there. I guess Melkor Morgoth is the most interesting, but I never see him as a Valar, to be honest. Even though Melkor, of course, was once part of the group of Valar as well. Would you say that skin changers would have been rare even among Beorn's original folk? Yeah, I guess. Really hard to tell though. The skin change is a really complicated topic. Who are the 5 armies in the third movie though? Wait, the question is going towards the movie logic, right? I think it would be the same. But maybe there in the movie I would say it's the eagles instead of the wargs, because the wargs don't play that big a role, I think, in it. I'm not sure. Yeah, Tulkas is also a pretty cool one, but we know also very little about him. Questions about the movies? Yeah. Now I get. I like from the book perspective. That's the book perspective, which would mean 2 orc armies, Gundabad and Dol Guldur, dwarven army, elven army, and the people of Lake Town. Yeah, maybe that's also a possibility for the armies. I think it's not clear in the films. You could argue because the eagles later also join the battle and play a bigger part in all of this. So maybe that's the 5th army if you combine the both of the orc armies. Yeah, they definitely have infinite plot armor for sure. Yeah, the scouring stuff as a fan film, it would not fit the films though. So you would need to explain the context quite a bit, and I think that's not that easy. The problem with the scouring of the Shire for the Peter Jackson films is that you can't make that work, in my opinion. It's unfortunate that they left it out. Also, welcome, Matt Cole. It's nice to see you. It's very unfortunate that they left it out. But the problem is, it's in my opinion, so tough to make it work. Because you're working towards the final ending of The Lord of the Rings, which is already very long. And then you would have, like, you can't have an epic battle. The Siege of Minas Tirith is already going to the direction. Then they have to sit together. Frodo has to destroy the ring for the real final ending. Then Aragorn has to distract Sauron, and so on. You have the battle in front of it. Like Gollum and Frodo have to fight. The ring falls into the fire. Then they are saved and brought to safety by the eagles. By the way, spoiling Lord of the Rings. All of that happens. And then, you have to work towards the actual ending. You can't just say, no, that is not the end. We still have to do some stuff in the Shire. It does not work, I think, on a movie screen. It would be so weird to have like another thing like that. Like it works in the books, but I don't think it would work in film. I mean, the ending of Lord of the Rings is already very long. Top class content as always. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oh, yeah, it's about the audiobooks by Robert Inglis. Yeah, I think they're pretty good. Yeah, you need for the problem is you need Saruman and Wormtongue for it to work, and they already killed them earlier. So you have to drag the existence out for quite some time and pull them later back in, and then like you are like the film is slowly working towards its emotional ending, and then you have to kind of jump up again. You have to jump up again and get in. Like you have to, they have to explain the Shire is now under control of Saruman's people. You have to explain that. You have to add people for this to work. You have to explain who's in charge now and so on. You would need why Saruman is there. You need to explain that as well. Then you need kind of a battle. You need the killing of Saruman and so on. And then after this, you have to indicate at the rebuilding of the Shire and so on and so forth. Like I said, in the book it works, but I think it would not work on film. Film, it would kill the pacing completely. Maybe I'm wrong there, but I don't see this ever working without compromising other parts of it. I could make it an own film or something like that for sure, but then you have to get to the setup. I think setting it up very well because it's in the ending of the story. The Tom Bombadil chapters would be difficult. I would like to see a serious adaptation. Yeah, that could work for Lord of the Rings, I think, but if you have enough time for it. Also, Paul, nice to see you. Yeah, it would feel like an anti-climax, exactly. No, I've not seen the documentary yet. Good recommendation, maybe I should. Thank you for the hint. Thematically, it works, but you have 3 films that show how much Frodo and his friends or companions have grown already. This note, like I said, it works perfectly in the book, but it definitely would not work in a film because there's the development is closed 500 times by this. You can't, like, Frodo, the One Ring is destroyed, Frodo survives, they are rescued, you can't top that. Then you have the coronation scene and so on. You can't top that with the scouring of the Shire. You can't. The payoff of the destruction of the Shire is not big enough for that. Fiery pit. There was another question I want to answer, but now I forgot what it was. Any reason for why the Valar did not interfere after the fact that Sauron turned evil, considering they sent their 5 chosen people to govern the lands? In which, Emil Anderson, welcome. In which age do you mean? You mean the Guardians? Well, there were 6 Guardians, though. Or do you mean the Istari? But yeah, they have to, like, Tolkien explains that the Valar have to give Sauron, like they also have to give Morgoth a chance, even if they if Morgoth betrays the Valar, which he did. Same would have be applied for Sauron. Interesting question. So yeah, they have to give him a chance, even if Sauron / or Morgoth betrays him in the end again. But they have to get one chance. That's very important. Like, for example, Morgoth was imprisoned for 3 ages. In the first age, ages like Valian ages, so 3,000. No, what? 3 ages, yeah, 3,000 years or something. And even though the Valar or Manwë knew he would most likely betray the Valar, he had to let him go because his penalty, his sentence, whatever, was fulfilled. If he would not stick to his word, he would be no better than Morgoth. So he can't make anything out of that. And for Sauron, they also said, yes, you can find redemption, but you have to go now to Aman and basically wait justice there that the Valar might put on you. And Sauron said, nope, not going to do this. I'm out of here. Do you have a preference for a particular aging scheme in nature of Middle Earth? No. Also include the one in Laws and Custom. Not really, to be honest, a favorite. I always find this I don't know. There's some explanations that I potentially don't need, to be honest. I'm not into aging and numbers and so on. I don't know. This is definitely my favorite section of nature of Middle Earth. And what did Glorfindel do after the council in Imladris? Potentially not much. Originally, it was Tolkien's idea that Glorfindel becomes one of the becomes also part of the Fellowship of the Ring, instead of, like, Legolas was invented to replace Glorfindel, basically, because Glorfindel would be too powerful. They already had Gandalf, who was very powerful, and yeah, for Glorfindel going also with them, it would be too easy, I guess. So Tolkien decided against this idea, and Glorfindel had then nothing to do anymore. He had to wait till the ring is destroyed and potentially leave with the others Middle Earth and go back to Aman. And I think that's what happened there. I would cut out the wedding. These are not the characters that we relate to. I definitely relate to Aragorn, so cutting out the wedding and coronation would be my opinion. Maybe a bit much. Oh, Storyteller, welcome. Nice to see you. No, Joe, I don't know if he ever mentioned something. Kevin Felix, welcome, nice to see you as well. After the ring is destroyed and Sauron is cast down, does he reside within the unseen world similar to the ring race? Unseen, a ghost type, being unable to interact? Yeah, I think so. I'm not sure if I find a good quote for this, unfortunately. I have to check which letter it is. I think it's letter 131 where Tolkien describes it. Yeah, it's 131 to Milton Waldman. Tolkien describes the end of the Lord of the Rings in a summary there. The forces of Sauron, bereft like termites with a dead queen, of all direction and will, fly and disintegrate. The vast figure of Sauron rears up, terrible but impotent, as it passes away on the wind, and a shadow that shall never again take substance. So, yeah, Tolkien definitely describes that Sauron is not just dead, but he becomes basically, reduced to impotence, basically. He has no power anymore and is a shadow. What shadow means, I could imagine, it means like he is a spirit being. He loses most likely his physical form. Who knows? And as a result, he is basically, I would assume, in the unseen world, and so little is like his spirit can't be destroyed. It's indestructible. Spirits can't be destroyed, but there's so little left of him that it will never be powerful enough to do anything, basically. So yes, it's in letter 131, close to the end of it. Yeah, I have the extended edition. I'm not sure if. So there's a kind of a thing with letter 131, if I remember correctly. This letter exists, like there's a new Letters of Tolkien book came out a year or something ago, and I think they expanded this letter. But it's very interesting. It has a lot of interesting information. Couldn't Glorfindel help in Mirkwood fight Sauron? Kind of weird that Tolkien had no plan for him. Tolkien usually has a plan. Yeah, like I said, his original plan was that he is basically Legolas, but Tolkien said Glorfindel is too powerful, so he had to say, well, he stays in Rivendell with Elrond, and they did their part of the job so far already. And Galadriel and Celeborn potentially did not need additional help for fighting Mirkwood / Dol Guldur and so on. So yeah, I think there's no mention what he might do later on. Yeah, maybe he stayed in Rivendell in case it was attacked, something like that. But yeah, it's very interesting that originally Glorfindel was planned to be part of the Fellowship. Maybe I should also do some production stuff here. I'm currently very lazy when it comes to that. Because we have some artworks of Glorfindel. The question is, where? So there's a character that has some cameos in the films as well. I like the one of Sara Morello quite a bit. Shoutouts to her. The artists are all linked in the description, so in case you want to check their galleries out or something. Also, Sara Morello does commissions and so on. He's from Italy. Yeah, that's actually true. Elrond as a healer wouldn't fight because the dealing of death the elves believed would reduce your ability to heal. As a result, this like elves wouldn't go for this. You can read this in Morgoth Ring Laws and Customs. There's a section about this. Also, Mario, welcome. Nice to see you. Laws and Custom. Yeah, Laws and Customs in Morgoth Ring. I can't tell you the page number out of my head, but somewhere there. But that was Glorfindel. Like Glorfindel appears in Lord of the Rings, so in theory they should be able to portray Glorfindel in the show, in my opinion. Also welcome, Exelion, nice to see you. Speaking of Glorfindel, here we have a friend of his. Should be in a boy band. You can feel free to make an artwork of Glorfindel in a golden armor and send me the link and allow me to use it in my videos, then I will show that one. For now, we use that of Sara Morello, which I also like, to be honest. Yeah, that's an artwork of him reaching out, that is true. There's like some book of the Tolkien estate where a lot of Tolkien's drawings are published and so on. I think that drawing from Tolkien himself is also in it. Yeah, also important is of course that in context of Elrond and Glorfindel, Elrond sent his two sons they were also close friends with Aragorn, and they became part of the Grey Company. So that's not in the Peter Jackson films, of course. So there was definitely some participation of Rivendell. So many messages here. It gets a bit hard to follow up. Feel free to post the question again or so if I've overlooked it. Yeah, that is true. On his grave. I'm not sure if it was in the Silmarillion though. Beleriand, Tuor and the fall of Gondolin. Yeah. Then Thorondor bore Glorfindel's body out of the abyss, and they buried him in a mound of stones beside the pass. A green turf came there, and yellow flowers bloomed upon it amid the barrenness of stone until the world was changed. I think in one version, isn't there a version where these yellow flowers are also named in some way? Maybe in some History of Middle-earth book. Potentially War of the Jewels or something. No. Pictures by John Tolkien and artist and illustrator. Yeah. I think that's the name of it. True. Rob could just ignore the Glorfindel connection to Silmarillion. Yeah, they could. Or they could ask for extra rights or something. They sometimes reference Silmarillion stuff only as well in the film, so maybe that would be possible. It's just strange. And I could also imagine that Celeborn will also be sent back or something. Amphalas and Belfalas are very interesting for me. I wish I could get there also. I wish we could get there also more stories information from Tolkien, tell us about the Numenorian settlements there. So I think I don't have, unfortunately, much information about this place as well. So just in case people wonder, here's Anfalas. There's this elvish place called Ezelond, suspected to be here, I think. I'm not sure if its location is 100% clear. And then we have Belfalas, and yeah, we know that some men must live there, and there is a story of Amros and Nimrodel that must end here somewhere because of Dol Amros. Amros was his name. He somewhere died in this region, I guess. And Tolkien wrote some versions of it, but unfortunately I don't know that much about this particular place when it comes to the Numenorians settling there, because it's very, what do you call it? Nebulous? Yeah, it's the peninsula, exactly. I wish. Vague, yeah. That's, I guess, the right word for it. There was the name Mithrelas. Mithrelas was a sylvan elf who, according to tradition of the House of Angmar, accompanied Nimrodel from the Lothlorien on her journey to the southern haven. Mithrelas is said to become lost in the woods of Dor en Ernil, where she was found by Imrazor, the Númenórean who married her. The story is in Unfinished Tales and Peoples of Middle-earth. And he was from Belfalas. And I think there it is written in Unfinished Tales. Like, I can't tell you if it's a bit mysterious, to be honest, what's going on there in this particular region. But in the chapter, the history of Galadriel and Celeborn, there are a few mentioned of them, who dwelt in Belfalas, and the elven lady Mithrelas. She was one of the companions of Nimrodel among many of the elves fled to the coast about the year 1980 of the Third Age, when evil arose in Moria, and Nimrodel and her maidens strayed in the wooded hills and were lost. But in this tale it is said that Imrazor harbored Mithrelas and took her to wife. But when she had borne him a son, Galador, and a daughter, Gilmith, she slipped away by night, and he saw her no more. But through Mithrelas was of the lesser sylvan race, and not of the high race or the grey, it was ever held that the house and kin of Lord Dolmas was noble by blood as they were fair in face and mind. But yeah, it's kind of the story here. The Lord of Dolmas, the title was given by they were a family of faithful who had sailed from Númenor before the downfall and had settled in the land of Belfalas between the mouths of Ringlo and Gilrain, with a stronghold upon their high promontory of Dol Amros, named after the last king of Lorien, author's note. Elsewhere it is said, page 248, that according to the tradition of their house, the first lord of Dol Amros was Galador, the son of Imrazor the Númenórean, who dwelt in Belfalas, and the elven lady Mithrelas, one of the companions of Nimrod. The note cited seems to suggest that the family of the faithful settled in Belfalas was a stronghold on Dol Amros before the downfall of Númenor, and if that is so, the two statements can only be reconciled on the supposition that the line of the prince indeed the place of their dwelling went back more than 2,000 years before Galador's day, and that Galador was called the first lord of Dol Amros because it was not until this time, after the drowning of Amros in the year that Dol Amros was named. So there are kind of contradicting statements regarding this, but yeah, I can't tell you much about this place though. It's just the story of this elf maiden that Imrazor married there. The problem is that Galador and Imrazor are the problem with this is I think the birth. Because for this to work, Imrazor, as a Númenórean, has to live in the Second Age, but Imrazor, in the other versions, like, if he is the father of Galador, we know when Galador was born, and Galador was born 2,000 years into the Third Age. So for this to work, we need, like, more than 2,000 years of time, and yeah, it simply doesn't work. It's a bit complicated in this regard. There's some contradictions. That's what Corey Olsen means with there's no canon, kind of. Luciano, welcome. Nice to see you as well. Ah. Thank you, Joe, for finding this. Can you tell me, Joe, which book it was where this was mentioned with the name of the flower? I don't have to search for it myself. Maybe I can memorize it. Hi, nice to be here. Awesome. It's from the Fall of Gondolin. Oh, yeah, okay. Then that's why I didn't find it that fast. Then it's very old. What about Belfala's translation of the name? I mean, there are many. No. Falas means shore, simply, right? Yes. Belfala's unknown meaning, interestingly. Seems the Numenorian first part. Belfalas, Anfalas means long beach or long shore, basically. Consists of the elements Ant and Falas. I think even on the first age map in Beleriand, we have Falas and the Faladrim and so on. So, kind of interesting. Okay, you mean me? I have not looked into Corey Olsen's canon video. I just heard about it multiple times, but the topic is always so complicated. Or I don't know. It feels like the answer to canon. We had a long debate at the beginning of the stream about, well, not a debate, but I tried to express what my stance on it is. And basically, you need like a foundation for conversation with people that are not reading Tolkien 24/7. As a result, canon can kind of help if you have a common ground you can agree upon, and that common ground is of course Lord of the Rings, The Hobbit, and maybe-ish the Silmarillion. But with the Silmarillion you have that the hardcore fans say, well, that can't be canon because we know all the other texts and ideas Tolkien later in his life had. And if he would have made the Silmarillion himself, it would be a completely different book. But he might have also made changes to The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit again. So it's impossible for us to say how things would be in the end. And in the status quo, it's just Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit, and everything else is just up for debate in a way. It can be interesting and it can add a lot to the world. And the Silmarillion is composed to work with the Lord of the Rings quite well, so I guess that can work. Everything else is just a deeper lore debate that can be added to the discussion among those who are deeper into this. Vala sounds similar to Taras, where Tur spoke to Ulmo. It's interesting. Okay, that's interesting. Taras Ness. As one authoritative correct answer. I mean, like I said at the beginning of the stream here, the one authority that we currently have is the Tolkien estate and the book publishers, because they decide what books are available and what books are not available, what texts will be available and what texts will be not available. They have the control of that in the present time. In the time when Tolkien was still alive, Tolkien was the authority. He's not alive anymore, so somebody else is in charge now. So in this regard, they have the authority to basically say, like, you have to see it from the perspective, of course, the Tolkien estate and the book publisher want to make money. As a result, they publish texts of Tolkien because they know it's a huge fandom. There are a lot of people who are interested in this and want to buy those books and learn more about what Tolkien wrote. But they have the authority over this. They could just say, no, we don't publish all those texts. They could curate which texts actually published. In theory, they would have the power for this, and they could just lock people out of accessing this, with some exceptions. We have Tolkien sold some of the texts and so on to the what is it called? To a university. So the university could also do stuff with it. But in theory, when it comes to a lot of the Tolkien stuff, they would have potentially the authority to lock people out or in. Say, you're allowed to read this and write about these 3 texts, and the other texts you have to ignore. They have the authority over that. As a result, they can define a canon, if they really would want to. They don't want to do this, so we get context. Well, it's interesting, Otaku Senpai. The bell in Belfalas might be derived from Bela Sindarin for mighty. Interesting. Bele, okay. My bad, no problem. That's also interesting. Yeah, he also discusses this problem in Unfinished Tales. He addresses it multiple times, this whole debate, and when how he selected his texts for the Silmarillion and so on. He definitely tried to explain his process there. That's pretty sure. When they would find lost notes from or even news stories about Middle-earth from Tolkien, yeah. It would be cool, but I think they have a pretty good overview. There are some texts that are kind of lost. There is, I always wanted to make a video about this, but it's a very research-heavy video. There are some texts that are still missing, of course, and some letters. There are a lot of letters still missing, but not all of them contain, I think, lore stuff. But there is a text called... What is it called, chat? I think... The Lament of Mim. There's like a poem Tolkien wrote, and there's a translation of it. I have the German translation, interestingly, exists of this text, but the text is kind of lost. I'm not sure if they found it again, and it might be published soon in a new, like, I think there's a new poem collection or something announced some time ago. Forgot about it, but it might pop up there. I'm not sure. There were recently, like a few years ago, there was an auction where also very interesting texts of Tolkien were basically sold. I think they were also pretty unknown to that point. Is this new? Is the collected poems? Is this new, and is it already out? Yeah, definitely. Christopher Tolkien had a lot of stuff to do, especially deciphering the handwriting of his father, which must be an absolute nightmare. Okay, I just missed the release of stuff. The Complaint of the Dwarf Mim. Yeah, there it is. It is in volume 3. Yeah, I think it's in volume 3. But yeah, this thing was kind of lost for some time. I have interest in the German translation of it. Got overshadowed by other stuff, I think. It tells about this poem. Like I said, it needs quite a bit of research. Wait a moment, maybe it's, yeah, I can tell you the number, maybe. It's 185. should be the number of it. The Complaints of Mim the Dwarf, I think it's called. Yeah, it could be. It would be an interesting video comparing both of them. Now that we have the English original version of it. But like I said, it was a user suggested to me that making this video a long time ago. Unfortunately, like I said, making a video like this is always tough in my opinion, because I would have to read through everything Tolkien ever wrote about Mim. A lot of old texts and so on, which I'm currently like out of my head. It's too long ago that I read those. So it's a lot of work to just structure a video out of this, make a translation back to English, compare it, and so on. Would have been crazily a lot of effort making a video like this. So I always was a bit scared, if that makes sense, or too lazy maybe. Anton takes you some minutes. Yeah, not. Wait a moment. Maybe I was. Where's my thing here? I like it. I watched the unboxing of stream of the 7th anniversary deluxe edition of Lord of the Rings on Tolkien Collector's Guide channel. Ah, cool. I do wish Tolkien had named more of the topological features of Northwest Eriador and Lindon. Yeah. Were you making videos on the Valar? I would love to watch those. I mean, it would be like a classic thing to do. The question is, did I ever make a video on the Valar on my channel? Like, the current project that I plan to make a video is the difference between walks and werewolves. And I also want to finish... No, interesting. I never did a Valar video. Maybe I should do that. It's a good suggestion, actually. Do you know what the highest mountain in Middle-earth was? Was it Karasras? I'm not sure, actually. Maybe somebody in chat knows? I can still do a translation. I think the translation is the smallest problem, in a way. It's just, like, my idea would be to check the other writings that Tolkien made about Mim and the changes, and then try to figure out upon those if you could, where it would fit in the development of this character from its changes and so on. Stuff like this just needs a lot of time. A video on Thorinwedil and the vampires of Middle-earth would be reasonably appropriate. Yeah, that is actually true. The problem is Halloween is in 4 days or something. I'm currently working on the werewolf thing, which I guess is also kind of appropriate, I would assume. Yeah, it could also be length of this mountain. I don't know, chat. Maybe somebody knows for sure. Ice Mountain depend on the age. Good point. So yeah, maybe I have to look into the book collection really quick. Not like in the poem collection, but it's big. Like it's 3 volumes. The collection has like 1,600 pages or so. It's kind of ridiculous. It's not something you just do here and there, I think. I would also assume not all the poems are Lord of the Rings related, so keep this in mind as well. Yeah, could be those. The Walls of Night. But they are not on Middle Earth. Complicated topic, I think. And the Walls of Night kind of surrounding everything, kind of. Then we would have to look into the stuff again. Calorme. Great mountain in Oronto, the fastest in the world. Speaking of the second tallest mountain in Ardal. Okay. That's the second tallest, but it's, to be fair, the land of the sun is not part of Middle Earth, so. Yeah, Taniquetil is the tallest on the world itself, but if you just say explicitly Middle Earth, hard to tell. But yeah, currently did some research on the topic of the walks and werewolves. And what surprised me most was that the walks are older than the werewolves. At least the term, to be fair. Because, yeah, in the Book of Lost Tales, part 2, there is also the mention of wolves that are kind of evil and so on. But I think the term... No, werewolves are actually mentioned. Okay, nothing said. I potentially overlooked this one. Then the werewolves are older. Or it says, or it's a comment from Christopher Tolkien from later. No, it's a comment from later. I'm not sure if it appears here. The term here appears. Well, I'm not done with my research yet. Trying to do my research here live online, but just found it very interesting. Interesting. The term werewolf appears one time. I'm not sure if it is in a text or from a quote from Christopher Tolkien. That I have to verify. Yeah, they might be gone by the Third Age anyway. And further, I'm not sure if... I don't know what the original question was. Was it, where are the, the things? What was the original question? Was it about Middle Earth or was it about global? Like the else Taniquetil? Londaya, Vinyalonde, it's mostly people suspect that Vinyalonde is and Londaya are identical. But usually it's here. Here is Isengard, Gap of Rohan, or Gap of Kalinardon, as it's called this time. Eregion is here. And yeah, the Guaslo Londaya would be somewhere here, and this is maybe also the same place as Vinyalonde. Oh, nice. Kierdan is here. Welcome. Woohoo, maps. Yes. Shoutouts to you for editing those maps. Always very helpful. Yeah, like it's not 100% clear with Vinyalonde and Londaya in this combination. Like you can make an argument for it to be the same place, basically. Currently try to find it here on this other map. Unfortunate that this step in between here is missing. That is the regional maps. Well, it's a Númenórean settlement that the Númenóreans created at some point. And in some texts it's called Vinyalonde, it seems, but has the same function. So the idea is basically that they are the same. It could be like a different settlement as well on paper. I think something like that was a deal with both places. Page 38. And the Atlas of Middle-earth, it only appears on the big Second Age map. So it only appears here. Don't ask me. Maybe the tip of the Raxigil. Yeah, could be, I don't know. Yeah, Iselond, there is a book, which is the wrong map. Iselond is here. There, I think, if I remember correctly, not that I confuse this, but Galadriel in one text from Unfinished Tales goes south in one version and lives there close to it. It was founded by seafaring Sindar. From Westhaven of Beleriand. Not 1% sure if I'm mixing stuff up, but she definitely goes somewhere. I think she goes south, and it's speculated he goes to this place. The sounds are not activated to Twitch chat, so currently, sorry for that. What's going on there currently? Yeah, well, I have an English YouTube channel that's about Tolkien and Lord of the Rings, and that's currently discussing with people on YouTube the stuff. I also stream it because somebody asked if I could stream it to the Twitch channel here as well, so I stream it there, but it's in English because most of my viewers are English speaking, so there's that. Just to clear the confusion, but we might later continue with Elden Ring in German, so there's that as well. Silvertine, Kedeptil, Silberhorn, Switzerland. No, thank you for the membership, Christiane. Not really, I think, because I haven't read stuff in German about Tolkien in a long time. Oh, yeah, I wanted to do stuff here. Okay, it was not... Galadriel went somewhere I think it's not called Iselond. But it's a bit difficult to find. Note 18. Chat, it's so tough sometimes to find the right quotes. I don't find it. It's too complicated. Yeah, I also try to read the stuff in the original language, like in English. In one of Tolkien's drawings, Thangorodrim was depicted 30,000 foot high. Okay, that's quite a bit. Me too, Tolkien's English is next level. Yeah, for not native speaker, Tolkien's sometimes very tough to understand, for sure. Like, for the first time reading through the Silmarillion was not easy. I'll just think for a moment. Where is my window? Here it is. Okay, chat. Dragonlance Atlas too. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Fonstedt did a pretty good job with the Atlas of Middle-earth, in my opinion, but she had incomplete information, so some of her conclusions unfortunately turned out wrong. Is there anything happening in Erin Vorn? I always thought of it as being kind of mysterious place. Yeah, I think there is a mention in Unfinished Tales about Erin Vorn as well. It might also be the Silmarillion, actually. To the haven, but now the Númenóreans drove great tracks and roads into the forest northwest and southwards from the Guaslo, and the native folk that survived fled from Minhiriath into the dark woods of the great cape of Erin Vorn, south of the mountain of the mouth of the Branduin, which they dared not cross, even if they could, for fear of the elven folk. So yeah, some of the people like fled when the Númenóreans came. There's like one mention there, chat. Do we know the location where Sauron surrendered himself to the Númenóreans? I think we do. And I try to find the passage chat. Takes a moment. Had gone back from Middle Earth, was passing upon. Yeah, that's where Sauron basically provokes him. Our title, King of Men, and declared his purpose to drive the Numenoreans into the sea and destroy even Numenor, if that might be. Great was the anger of Pharazôn, and so on and so forth. And men saw his sails coming up out of the sunset, dyed as with scarlet and gleaming with red and gold. And fear fell upon the dwellers by the coast, and they fled far away. But the fleet came at last to that place that was called Umbar, where was the mighty haven of the Numenoreans that no hand had wrought. Empty and silent were all the lands about when the King of the Sea marched upon Middle-earth. For 7 days he journeyed with banner and trumpet, and he came to a hill, and he went up, and he set there his pavilion and his throne, and he set him down in the midst of the land, and the tents of the host were ranged all about him, blue, golden, and white, as a field of tall flowers. Then he sent forth heralds, and he commanded Sauron to come before him and swear to him fealty. And Sauron came, even from his mighty tower of Barad-dûr. He came and made no offer of battle, for he perceived that the power and majesty of the kings of the sea surpassed all rumor of them, so that he could not trust even the greatest of his servants to withstand them, and he saw not his time yet to work his will with the Dunedain. And he was crafty, well skilled to gain what he would by subtly when force might not avail. Therefore he humbled himself before Pharazôn and smoothed his tongue, and men wondered, for all that he said seemed fair and wise. But Pharazôn was not yet deceived, and it came into his mind that for the better keeping of Sauron and of his oath of fealty, however it's pronounced, he should be brought to Numenor, there to dwell as a hostage for himself, and so on. It sounds pretty awesome, that I agree. Let me just look up the word though. It's fealty. Okay, that's how I pronounce it. Just wanted to make sure. With 4. So I don't know exactly which hill that was, chat. So just from production standpoint, Umbar is all the way here. That is where Pharazôn landed. And then he moved up north, I assume, to some hill. I don't know which hill it was, though. Does somebody in chat know? I think it's not clear. It's not clear if Farazon traveled into Mordor or if he just stayed somewhere here. I'm not sure. Does somebody in chat know this by accident out of his head or her head? Their head. Currently people discussing the other stuff. Maybe in the Second Age section of the Atlas we might find an answer. Second Age. Let's see if this. No, it doesn't say. Fonstedt kind of hints at I have the wrong age here, chat. Yeah, she hints at that they might walk up to this river. I assume she calculated this by considering how far they could travel in 7 days, with such a big army. Yeah, where those crossroads met. Here it could be that Farazon said, here I get this far and you come to me. Something like that. He did not go all the way there, though, chat. Makes sense, yeah. So then he sent from here messengers and said, yeah, here, Sauron, check this out. And then Sauron basically said, well, I have no chance anyway, but I have other ways, if not by force, to destroy Numenor. And then the stuff in the Akala Beshams. Chat, what's going on with on the question thing? Are there more questions, interesting notes, and so on that you people might have? $10 miles per day. The problem is I don't know the distance. So let's say 70 miles, something like that. Yeah, maybe less. It's hard to tell if they have streets or whatever. Okay, Umbar is on Tolkien's map. That's very helpful. So all I need to do is basically connect the line to this bridge here. Well, it would be tough to reach, I guess, but not impossible. Yeah, let's just go from Umbar roundabout. I think 250 pixels on the other map are 100 miles. So hard to tell how far into the land they got. It would be 942 pixels. What did we just... Let me just double check if I say this correct. Yeah, 250 roundabout is that, so it's less than 400 miles, this crossroad their way. So it's quite a distance, actually. So 376 miles. Where's my production? Here. So the distance from, like, we know they docked in Umbar. And from here to here are 380 miles roundabout. So they moved into this general direction. I'm not sure if there's another crossroad. I don't know how they do this exactly. It doesn't matter too much, but somewhere here into the land they docked and stopped. And there was a hill, and there they basically at their camp. And then he sent heralds towards Mordor, and then Sauron came before Pharazôn, somewhere here it seems. Yeah, that is for sure true. I mean, in theory, there could be also a river crossing here, and then we have suddenly far less distance. But it doesn't matter too much, just to answer the question. Okay, chat. Is there more that you people want to be answered? Is there another interesting topic to suggest? I think we discussed like quite a few big topics today. Elliot, at the time of the books, how disparate are the kingdoms of men, diplomatically speaking? Rohan and Gondor seem fairly close, but what about the others? That's a good question. Unfortunately, Tolkien didn't write that much about it. Sauron took the One Ring to Numenor. And his spirit bore it back on a dark wind to Mordor. So Sauron never took off the One Ring. Tolkien addresses this even in a letter. But yeah, back to the other question. So, were there any other alliances? So if we look into the map, I mean, the map is always the most helpful part, I guess. Oh, that's Aman, the wrong map. I'm satisfied for my part, awesome. So, yeah, so we have here Minas Tirith. Osgiliath is originally the capital of Gondor. And we have the people of Rohan then later. At the time where Rohan is founded, I think Osgiliath might not have been the capital anymore. To be honest. But yeah, even in this time we had the ancestors of the Rohirrim, the Eotheod, and at some time they lived all the way up here in the north in Framsburg, but also somewhere here. And not here, but here, the Vale. It's interesting that somewhere around this place here, a lot of people lived at this time. And yeah, those later at the grave of, I think it was the grave of Elendil. That was, I forgot where it was, but it was somewhere here. It was kind of a secret place. There's also cool artwork by Ted Naismith depicting this. Maybe I can show this really quick. It's not that one though. This one here it is. That's yeah, but later, much later in the Third Age though. And there Eorl and the steward of Gondor, it should be, basically sworn oath. Kirion is his name. Just think something with a C. Kirion, thank you. They swore an oath there. It was somewhere here on this location here, somewhere in this place, and that's where Rohan basically got their land here in this place. What is interesting, yeah, that this is kind of, I guess, the closest ally Gondor ever had, if that makes sense. Other than that, Gondor usually was strong enough to do their stuff on their own. They, of course, at some point in the early Third Age, late Second Age, we have here Arnor. Maybe if I switch to the Second Age map, it helps. No, Arnor is not on the Second Age map. Doesn't matter too much, but yeah, of course, that was the big brother kingdom of Gondor, so to say, because Elendil, there was Elendil's kingdom, the father of Anarion and Isildur, who were kings here. Osgiliath was the capital at this time, and they were of course also allied. But beyond that, I'm not sure if the Gondorians ever had other close allies. I think they had not much to do with the people here in Escaros or in Dale. It was just too far away if you think about it. They had, like, at some point, the Gondorian influence spread even towards Umbar, and then they had the Corsairs and so on, and the Kinstrife and whatnot, and then things changed and then was reconquered. So in theory, they might have had some allies in this region for some time as well, but I guess over time the Haradrim were always more hostile towards Gondor for the most part, I would assume. So there is an interesting alliance potentially that they might have had with the Hillmen, but it was very brief because Isildur basically, these Hillmen were worshipping Sauron / Morgoth and so on, and Isildur had contact with those and asked them for help. And these Hillmen were then summoned to the Battle of the Last Alliance, but did not come. And then Isildur cursed them, and that is how they became the Oathbreakers that we even know from the Lord of the Rings. But in theory, there was a time, even though they did not turn out faithful to the alliance, there was a time they were allied with the Gondorians as well. Did Farazon know anything about the Rings of Power? In theory, but potentially not. The reason could be that the story of Numenor is older than the Rings of Power. From a writing perspective. Not sure if the character Farazon is older though, but possible. Yeah, there's the following line in the Silmarillion, that's why this idea often exists. Yeah, but Sauron was not of mortal flesh, and though he was robbed now of that shape in which he had wrought so great an evil, so that he could never again appear fair to the eyes of men, yet his spirit arose out of the deep and passed as a shadow and black wind over the sea and came back to Middle-earth and to Mordor, that was his home. There he took up again his great ring in Barad-dûr and dwelt there, dark and silent, until he wrought himself a new guise, image of malice and hatred made visible, and the eye of Sauron the terrible few could endure. Also a good question by Adam. So yeah, there is this idea with the ring, and I would agree that initially I also read it like this. I'm trying to find the correct version here. It's letter 211, I think. So there is a letter 211. Let me just see if I find the quote there. Search a bit faster, Mr. Computer. I'm too far already. Sauron was first defeated by a miracle, a direct action of God, the Creator, changing the fashion of the world when appealed to by Manwë. See something something. Though reduced to a spirit of hatred born on a dark wind, I do not think one needs boggle at this spirit carrying off the One Ring, upon which his power or dominating minds now largely depended. That Sauron was not himself destroyed in the anger of the One is not my fault. The problem of evil and its apparent toleration is a permanent one for all who concern themselves with our world. It's actually a quote I want to read earlier. The indestructibility of spirits with free wills, even by the creator of them, is also an inevitable feature if one either believes in their existence or faints in its story. Sauron was, of course, confounded by the disaster and diminished, having expended enormous energy in the corruption of Numenor. He needed time for his own bodily rehabilitation and for gaining control over his former subjects. He was attacked by Gil-galad and Elendil before his new domination was fully established. So yeah, in this thing here, Tolkien clearly writes that I do not think one need boggle at this spirit carrying off the One Ring. Tolkien phrases it here. So in this context, the thing that is published in the Silmarillion, this letter is, by the way, from 1958. I can't tell you how old the other text or this potential section of the text is in the Silmarillion, or how much it was altered by Christopher Tolkien. That I do not know. But yeah, you could maybe interpret or kind of bring both quotes together by there he took up again his great ring in Barad-dûr could mean that he, I don't know, he used it now openly again. Maybe he tried to keep it as a secret on Numenor or something. I ask you again, sent Elrond the brothers, or sent he only the messengers to Aragorn with Elro here? The message to Aragorn. Always read the Woods of Halbrand the second way. That's a good question. But yeah, the text kind of indicates that Tolkien potentially had in mind that the ring came with him. He even makes the argument that he needs it for domination purposes, just to answer the other question really quick. So I assume this goes together. Is there a name for Sauron's mace? I think Sauron, in the books, Tolkien, Sauron has no mace. It's kind of a Peter Jackson invention, and references, like Sauron's outfit in Peter Jackson's film kind of references a bit the one of Morgoth. And Morgoth's mace was called Grond, which is also the name of the ram that they use. Were there good dragons in Tolkien's world? It's a good question. I think no, there weren't, because they were in their origin created by Morgoth, and he had evil things in mind, so I don't think there were nice dragons. Doesn't not matter if he had the ring in Numenor. Didn't Tolkien, let's say, that Sauron's power was not diminished when he didn't possess it? Not sure. Here in this statement from the letter that I just read, it seems like he potentially needed the ring. I think Tolkien wasn't sure about that himself, maybe. But the spirit beings can interact as spirits with the physical world if they are at least still powerful enough. And the ring is also a part of Sauron himself. Like his will and a lot of his power, whatever that means, is in it as well. So it seems not too strange to think that Sauron could carry the ring while being in a more spiritual form. What is the biggest living thing in Middle Earth? Is it one of the nameless ones? Hard to tell, to be honest. Like, what is very big living in Middle Earth? Potentially the dragons, I guess. Like, Smaug was potentially very big, and that would make, I think, the most sense. And Calagon, maybe the Watcher could. And it's hard to tell how big the Watcher was. The giant underwater tortoise. Yeah, that's also from the poem Pastito Colon. I mean, the answer that he gives to Aragorn. The problem is I can't answer your question, Mary, because I don't remember the exact scene currently well enough to give you a good answer. Probably thinking about this as well. Stone giants, maybe. Yeah, stone giants might be a good answer as well. So some of those beings, I would say, I could though imagine, yeah, if you consider stone giants real and existing, and we don't go into this whole giants idea in general, because there's also the idea that the White Mountains were created by giants, then something like that. Yeah, the Vastito column might be miss exactly. It was originally written not for Tolkien's universe, but he later adapted it for his universe, or as a poem kind of thing. So it's integrated into that part. The man on the moon. Yeah, maybe the man on the moon. But that's not on Middle Earth. You could even argue that the Fastito colon is also not in Middle Earth. I wish I could give a better answer to Mary, to be honest. Ulmo was, I mean, he was definitely in Middle Earth. Wasn't he also in some of the rivers? Stone giants were like a myth inside a myth, yes. That's a good point. What will happen? The story of Talion from Shadow of War would be a real character? Well, a lot of things would be possible. First of all, it's strange that they never created like an army of elf men super spirits that are impossible to defeat. Pippin's appetite is the biggest thing in Middle Earth. That is also a good answer. I like that one. No, I did not. I'm just currently reading through Lord of the Rings because of one question. I still don't know of the exact scene in my mind. Sorry for being so silent for a moment. I do think that any daring Breelander set out to inhabit, exploit the land east of the Hills of Twilight, prospectors, trappers, etc. That's a good question. I'm not sure. Let me just... I mean, why would they? For one, there's... looking at the map, there's not really much, right? You say west of the hills, so toward... Wait, let me just see if I can exploit the land east. You know, it's like west, so I assume you mean west of the lands of Twilight. So, I think you mean Uyal, the... Right? So you mean not west, because here would be the Blue Mountains and the Elven Realm and the Dwarves, potentially. But you see, I mean this region here. I mean, if you look at this, there's definitely the road, the Greenway, as it's later called, goes to Fornost. I would not be surprised if somebody lived here, if I'm honest. There were also some downs here. Yeah, the... hills of Evendim, yes. Between the hills and the river. So I mean west, so yeah, okay. So I mean this land here, basically. Yeah, I could imagine that some people might be there if that is interesting. I mean, on paper, before Angmar does stuff there, I could imagine, like, it's hard to tell. I guess it depends a bit when you do this, because when Arthedain and Anuminas is around, maybe you have the Dunedain here that maybe don't want that people just do stuff in their lands, possible. On the other side, you are very far north. Here it starts getting very cold in this region as well. But yeah, why not? You have a river there. You have potentially friendly neighbors. You have the dwarves and the elves. I think it's not really necessarily mentioned. I actually placed a trading post there for gaming purposes. Yeah, it's, in my opinion, not a bad idea. Like I said, it potentially depends a bit on when this here plays. Oh, Spielkart, nice to see you. Never heard of the Hills of Trial. I also had to think a moment what place could be meant. Even them or Emin Uyal, I assume is what is meant. But yeah, it's definitely possible in my opinion. I mean, when we have Fornost, there's for sure people around this land here doing stuff. It would be strange if that would not be the case, because a lot of people seem to live here. Like this area here seems to be inhabited. We have a river. Where there's a river, you know, there are always some kind of options. We have dwarves here. Dwarves might have a need for furs and whatnot. So yeah, I could imagine that something like this might exist, even though Tolkien never explicitly mentions it. But on this map, for example, you have also only Bree. But if we go to Bree later on, Helm's Deep. There are also more places than this. Hobbiton and Backend, Buckland, Crick Hollow. The Prancing Pony. Combsteddle and Archet. I'm not sure how it's pronounced, to be honest. But besides Bree, there are more places basically that Tolkien mentions, but they're usually not on the maps. So you can always make an argument for there being more places than Tolkien mentions on his map. Of course, he just adds the most important ones. I think on Tolkien's map, the other places that are mentioned there in the sections are not there. It's on the Atlas of Middle-earth, page 125, in case you want to check. Bree. Also welcome, Schnake, nice to see you. Yeah, so basically it follows this river here. Here's, I think, a river. It goes to the Loon. Hard to say word. The Loon, and yeah. In the Third Age, yeah, in the Third Age, I could imagine this. Like, the Second Age is always a bit mysterious when it comes to this, to these lands, because it feels like they're very empty and everything's forest until Arnor basically settles there. But in the Third Age, I can definitely see that there are people in this region trying to get a living and so on. Maybe there are some outposts or whatever. I can definitely see this, especially it's relatively close to Hobbiton, so to the Shire, to Anuminas, and to the Blue Mountains, and to Islond, to the Elf. So yes, why not? It makes sense in my opinion. It seems definitely plausible. Somewhere very deep in the map discussion here. But yeah, maybe we change the image. So chat, we are now 3 hours in. I have to admit, I'm today a bit tired. I really feel like, yeah, I don't know. I'm just not on my, what you call this, top performance today. So it's a bit unfortunate. Let me just double check the local map there again, just curious. What is interesting, I think the river is not named. This little side thing that goes into the Loon. Quite interesting. Maybe it's also called. Does Fornost have settlements? Makes perfect sense, your traders will get rich. In the years between The Hobbit and Lord of the Rings, say about the time restoration of Dale. Okay. I'll put in a lot of work there. Nice, nice. A quick favorite sword and why before we're all done. Oh, that you asked the question earlier. That was the one I forgot. Favorite sword. That's a really good question. The favorite sword of mine in the thing. I think Narsil is potentially the interesting one, even though it's not that well documented in the lore itself. There's simply not that much information where it might come from, only some speculation. But it does something pretty epic in a way, or pretty important in the story. Very early on, it potentially starts already in Numenor, then it's brought to Middle-earth, then it cuts off the ring from Isildur's hand, and then it's in this process it's also broken. I think what is cool with this sword is that it stays around. It's basically becomes an heirloom. In its broken form, it's carried around for literally thousands of years, 3,000 years basically, and then it's reforged again and becomes then Anduril. You can say it's a new sword, but it kind of is Narsil just for a new generation of, or new era of Gondor and Arnor in a way. So that's, in my opinion, pretty epic, because it's there for such a long time, and it's at very important places, and I find it very cool that in the books, at least, Aragorn carries this broken sword around with him all the time. Like, what use does a broken sword kind of have? And I like that it's into the story that it has to be reforged, which it is in the books during the Council of Elrond. In the films it's then later, but doesn't matter too much. Yeah, Sauron's fingers, not Isildur's. Thank you. Maybe I said it wrong. It's also, yeah, it's a dwarven, and on top of it, it's a dwarven sword. It's made by Telchar, a legendary dwarven smith as well, and potentially was even there in the First Age, then in the armory of Thingol. That's at least the speculation about this particular weapon. But yeah, in a way, it has a long history, this sword. It's kind of mysterious where it comes from. It's cool that it does one of the most important things in the history of men. It does. It also is not finding some random, I don't know, king or something. But it's basically defeating the most powerful or the most dangerous enemy of men and the free peoples of Middle-earth. So that's definitely very special, and from Gandalf we know that a normal weapon most likely can't even hurt a Maya. So in this regard it's already impressive. And it kind of survives, and at the end it's still there, and it gets reforged into a new sword. I think it's a cool story in this regard. In a way, though, to be fair, there is also the sword of Turin, which is made, I think, out of Anglachel. Right? Is it Anglachel? Yeah, and then becomes Gurthang, the black sword. It's very mysterious. It's a very mythologic weapon in a way. And then maybe it, in the final battle, if you consider that canon, it kills Morgoth at the end. I have to admit that's also pretty cool, to be honest. But considering that this sword is, yeah, I don't know, it has like some kind of evil, not evil, but negative tendency in a way, considering this whole story of Turin and so on. I'm not sure, but I think Gorthang is also pretty cool. That's also a nice name, the Iron of Death. Oh, that's pretty cool, Otaku Senpai. There must have been quite a bit of work then. Yeah, for sure, quite a few features that Tolkien did not name. That's a good point by Adam. Alafnasil, dwarven made, reforged, and strengthened by the elves and given to the kings of men. Yeah. That's also kind of a cool thing. Like, it's a dwarven sword, it becomes important for men, then it's reforged by the elves, and then becomes again an important sword for men. So it's kind of all the, or at least 3 of the 3 peoples of Middle-earth united in this weapon. That's pretty cool. On a positive note. If you want a more darker sword that's very powerful, it seems, and also it can even talk, which is interesting, then maybe Gorthang is maybe also a very interesting sword, but it would be one of those 2, I think. But I think Narsil for me is more interesting in the context of everything Tolkien wrote. Yeah, the black sword is made from a meteorite metal. That's also pretty cool. I agree. Gorthang is, in this regard, also a very cool and special weapon, for sure. Anguriel, the brother, the other sword, 2 swords that were made out of the meteorite by Eol, Anglachel and Anguriel. 1 meteor, 2 swords. That's true. There was also the question about Fornost. Like, Fornost was later the second became another capital, basically. I assume that Anuminas was at some point abandoned. It was deserted, and then we have Fornost. And it was a capital of the Arthedain for some time. It was also created potentially in the Second Age. So Fornost, like, I think when it comes to Fornost, I think it was not just a small settlement. I think it was a capital. Let me just get to my map back. I also have the wrong thing here, chat. I wanted to show you on here my Narsil. That's why I opened this page here, just in case people wondered what's showing us a fellowship ring. Narsil, the broken sword. Then there was a map question about Fornost. So Fornost is here. potentially when Anúminas was capital, Fornost might already also existed. So I think it was just another bigger city of Arnor back in the day. So I think it's definitely more a city, potentially bigger. Not sure how many people live there. I never had the feeling, because it's the capital of the Dúnedain ranges in the north at some point. I assume it's just not some small encampment or whatever we would call it. So I think, yes, it's actually bigger. Yeah, exactly. Aragorn rebuilds Anúminas later, that is true, as King Elisar. So sorry for that missed your question. Here's another one. Don't you think Tolkien intended for Galvorn and the black meteoric ore all used to make his two swords are the same thing? Let me just think about Galvorn for a moment. This is a term I definitely remember. Let me just look it up. Ah, yeah, it was this stuff. Yeah, I agree with you. I think it's the same, yes. It would be strange if there are two meteoric metals in existence. Like, why? That seems strange to me, I have to admit. There he learned much of the metalwork and came to great skill therein, and he devised a metal as hard as steel of the dwarfs, but so much malleable that he could make it thin and subtle, and yet remained resistant to all blades and darts. He named it Galvorn, for it was black and shining like jet, and he was clad in it whenever he went abroad. Okay, now it sounds like it's more like nothing you find, it's more something that you refine, like some sort of steel. Device the metal, that's to draw for it. Is I also remember, maybe it's from the article. Like glass metal device. Is there another reference for it to be meteoric as well, chat? Does somebody know? Like if it's like on the wiki, on the Tolkien Gateway article, it says that it's also meteoric iron that was devised from made resistance armor, blah blah blah. But don't give a source for it being also meteoric. I switched to phone and my spelling immediately plummeted. Well, that happens easily. I learned recently apparently Galvorn used to make a black armor, material he used to make swords Yeah, it's also possible that it was defeated for sure, but I'm not sure if the question regarding Fornost was at its height, basically, or was it, yeah, of course, when it was abandoned and so on. Very strange, chat. What is also strange, like, because it was made of iron that fell from heaven as a blazing star, it would cleave all earth's delved iron. One other sword, only Middle-earth was like it. The sword does not enter into this tale, though it was made of the same ore by the same smith, and that smith was Eol, the Dark Elf, who took Arizel and so on. He gave Anglachel to Thingol as fee. The question is where's the source for that the other material is also meteoric? Like from its reading and so on, it seems like yes, it could be the same. But currently I don't find a source for it. Anguriel only appears in the Children of Húrin book. That's interesting. Must be a very old idea then. Sorry for being so silent here. It's sometimes difficult to find these quotes. Stolen my son is stolen from him by Maiglin, his son. There's the mention of Anguriel. Strange, chat. Yeah, you could imagine it's maybe there. I have not looked into that yet. History of the Hobbit. War of the Jewels. What's the name of the metal? Galvorn. Following when I went around und changed that the letter Galvorn here altered its form, published text. This name sounds legit. Footnote 6 in the Gateway article. Okay, that's the next step we have to look in. Yeah, I think that I have found. The problem is I have to read like long sections here to kind of find the information I want to see. Here it says the fact that the metal was originally named rhodiol in A, see under 9 above. It's a comment for it. In great skill devised the metal hard and it was black and shining. Here we have the quote for it, but it's not mentioning that it's a meteoric. Here we just have first it was rhodiol, later was called Glindur, then to Targlin, then to Morlin, then apparently back to Glindur, and finally to Maiglin in the form vein. The idea that the name of Eol's son was derived from that of the metal is found in the revised annals. So the name for his son came from the metal, interestingly. And then later it was called Galvorn, the metal, the son Maiglin. Kind of interesting story here. Words, dark, metal, name, change the letter of Galvorn, he altered the form, blah blah blah. Sorry, I can't answer the question, like, with this. Like, I can't find any information on that the metal, the other metal, like Galvorn, is meteoric. Like, the Tolkien Gateway claims this, but in the source they cite, I don't see that it is also meteoric. I assume they write it is meteoric because they think that both metals are the same, which could be the case, but it's not. As far as I read the text in this few minutes, because this is like you have to do research on this or read the whole chapter or something. I mean, I could look up in the index, but I'm not sure if we would find anything from it. But the idea basically seems to be that the metal is like I could imagine it's the same because it seems very similar in this regard. The only reason why I think it maybe is something different is because one seems to come from a meteor. That's definitely stated in the other text. Here in this text for the Skullvorn metal, it is not stated that it's from a meteoric material. So I don't know. In case somebody has like a quote or a source for that, I mean, I could look into some other sources for that purpose. No, it's not in here. Wait a moment, chat. I have the fantastic index book for History of Middle-earth. Maybe we can find another source there without looking through all the books in existence. Where is it? Gandalf, Gamgee. No, it's only in the in War of the Jewels, it seems. And it appears in the Silmarillion ones. I couldn't find a hint that this metal is also meteoric. I think that's only a claim by the article because they have the same theory that you have. That's a good point. Maybe we could look up what it means. It means shining black. Morn is black. Gal, like in Gil-galad, is light, shine, something like that. But yeah, that's unfortunately all I have regarding this. I could look into the other name for the metal. Maybe that appears somewhere else. There should not be that many names starting with... No. Rodiol is also only mentioned in book 11. Maybe the Silmarillion could be a source as well. Maybe there's a sentence later where it appears again. I'm not sure. But I think it's like a one-time mentioning here in the... Okay, well, there is actually a source for this. Is it? No, it's not. I just dreamed it. Okay. I thought it was in the index. But it just says in the index, a metal devised by Eol. It doesn't say that it's meteoric. It only says meteoric with the others. So it might be related, maybe not. Yeah, maybe. Definitely possible that might be the inspiration for it. I think there are definitely meteoric metal used in swords and weapons and or stuff. Is definitely something that people speculate about, that this happened in history here and there. Okay, chat. Are there questions left? Because we are reaching the 4-hour mark, which is usually round about the time I stream here. And as a result, considering, like I said, today, I'm a bit sorry that I have to make a shorter stream today, but like I said, I feel a bit tired. It's not my best day simply today. I think we never learn if Maeglin had Anguriel when he was thrown from the wall. I assume he did, yeah. It might be lost simply. I mean, the meaning shining black could also just the meaning could also just mean that because it's kind of a black material and so on, that kind of had some reflection going on. Who knows? But yeah, very interesting. It's a rare case where maybe there's something not 100% correct on Tolkien Gateway. Usually a fantastic wiki for Tolkien information. It's very good in my opinion. They also usually put in their sources and so on. In this case, I could not find the source for that it's meteoric. Though I like the theory still that it might be also the same or so, from the same material. But it sounds more like in the description of the Silmarillion that he learned like a technique to make something like that. And that the others, maybe he used the technique with the in combination with the meteoric metal to craft the other stuff. Who knows? Yeah, that might be true. That might be the inspiration for that. Too bad it's a sword in need of a full story. Yeah, that's true. He learned from the dwarves, like we can read now the traffic of the dwarves down from the Blue Mountains followed 2 roads across East Beleriand and the northern way going towards the fords of Aros, passed nigh the Nun Elmos, and there Eol would meet the Naugrim and hold converse with them. And as their friendship grew, he would at times go and dwell as guest in the deep mansions of Nogrod and Belegost. There he learned much of the metalwork and came to great skill therein, and he devised a metal as hard as the steel of the dwarfs, but so malleable that he could make it thin and supple, and yet it remained resistant to all blades and darts. He named it Galvorn, for it was black and shining like jet, and he was clad in it whenever he went abroad. But Eol, though stooped by his smith's work, was no dwarf, but a tall elf of high kin of the Teleri, noble though grim of face, and his eyes could see deep into shadows and dark places. And it came to pass that he saw Arivel ar Fainiel, something like this, as she strayed among the tall trees near the borders of Nan Elmoros, and so on and so forth. And then it's the story, kind of. So yeah, he learned it from the elves. Yeah, okay. Depends, I guess, who published first. Even though Tolkien might have written it down. Yeah, it was published before the Silmarillion, so in this regard... Interestingly, the author has met Tolkien, it seems, but was very critical of Tolkien. Whatever. Doesn't matter too much. I think there might be an even older mythology that Tolkien was inspired, and maybe also the other author. Who knows? Decadent elves, yeah. Potentially. Very interesting coincidence, for sure. I think is Gorsang mentioned in Lord of the Rings? That, of course... There's there's Durthang mentioned in Lord of the Rings, but that's a fortress in Mordor. Made by the Gondorians. Okay, chat. All the Angs are bad, I guess, yes. It means iron, though. Only in the case of Durthang, it's Dur and Thang, not Ang. So here it means dark oppression, and Gurth means, I think, death, and Ang means iron. Complicated. So chat, I might hopefully render the credits. I need to, there's some people in the credits who are not subscribed or membered anymore, but just to give general shout outs to everybody supporting and so on. Much for on the different channels, much appreciated. Thank you for that, people. Where's my production thing here? I hope this was like remotely interesting to you people. I'm sorry that I was a bit low energy, I think you call it today, because like I said, it's not my day today. I feel a bit low here in this regard. In case, I mean, if you still have a question, feel free to ask where we can answer it very quick. I would still okay, that didn't work. Sometimes I hate sometimes I just hate sometimes I just hate technical issues. I think now it should work. Okay, chat, it's just I just rendered the video and it just said to me, no, I don't like you. This time it works, maybe? Now I want to hear Blue Oyster Cult's Black Blade. Interesting. Didn't know that this song was written by the author. That's cool. One question. If Shelob was around in her lair before Barad-dûr was built, didn't the Gondorians came in conflict with her? Faramir should have known about her in this case. That's a good question. In this regard. It's, I guess, not 100% clear where she settled. Maybe she did not settle at this time in the place that later might become known as the Spider Cleft. That would be, I guess, my theory. But yeah, it's... Okay, now it seems to work, I guess. Okay, so yeah, thank you all for the support and so on. Much appreciated. Thank you for the supporters. Shoutouts to the artists, of course. Ted Naismith we had today, Sarah Morello, and often we have Kimberly80 and so on. Fantastic artists. Also Danny Dolphin and I don't know, I forgot potentially somebody. Quite a few artists by now. Okay, interesting. Thank you for the stream. Good night. Yeah. Like I said, sorry for a bit short. It was still 4 hours, to be fair. And like I said, I try to make those more frequent. For, yeah, good or worse. Next time, maybe it will be a better stream, I hope. I still hope you enjoyed this one, even though, like I said, I was a bit low on energy today. Like I said, it's not my day today. And yeah, what can you expect? I still plan on making this werewolf video. What's the difference between werewolves and wargs? Potentially none. We will make in November, at some point in November, in the next, let's say 2 weeks or something, we will start with a watch party for Hobbit 1, 2, and 3, and then Lord of the Rings 1, 2, and 3, until it's Christmas. The chat was lively, yeah, that's for sure. Nice when a lot of people are here and in chat and so on. Thank you so much for your support. Don't forget to press the like button, would be much appreciated. And I don't know, thank you again to Christine for the membership, for getting the membership and stuff like that. As said, if you want to support this channel, be free to press the like button, subscribe, maybe a membership. If you have Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to the Twitch channels with it for free. Not for free, but we have one free subscription included in Amazon Prime. You just need to connect your Twitch and Amazon conto. It's a bit complicated, but yeah, in case you're on the platform by accident and have it set up, feel free to do that as well and stuff like that. No problem for being late. It's very awesome. Nice chatters. Yes, precious nice. I hope I could answer some questions here for you. If you have more questions, either remember them for the next stream or write them in the comments somewhere. Feel free to ask. I hope that I get in the next couple of days a new video out. That would be great. And then some other videos that I also plan on doing further. Yeah. But yeah, I plan these watch parties for the films till Christmas. Yes. So that we shortly before Christmas we are done with the last Lord of the Rings film. The Return of the King, of course. Almost said Two Towers. No, I was wrong. Thank you, Chris. Good night. Yeah, thank you, Oakenbird, and all the other fantastic people here in chat for joining me, also in Twitch chat and so on. And did I forget anything, chat? I'm not sure. Yeah, there will be coverage of War of the Rohirrim as well. I can't make a watch party, obviously. That's so also coverage of this, and if there's any news or so, we might cover that as well. Might be interesting, chat. Is there anything else that I forgot? Potentially not. Next, I might be online on my German Twitch channel, so we still have some business in Elden Ring to do. Hopefully. And, yeah. Let me think. Is there anything else? I like the idea about vampires in Tolkien's world. It's also an interesting idea. You can go to Seattle and stream live with that. Yeah, that might be difficult though, I think. Bye-bye. Yeah. See you people next time. Thank you for watching and have a fantastic rest of the day or evening or whatever time zone you're watching this. And I would say thank you for watching. See you people next time. Goodbye.